Let go. Let go. Hold up. Testing. Let go. Let's go. What up, Slater, man? Yo. It's the last stretch right here, bro. It's the last day. Happy New Year's to everybody. Happy New Year's. Happy freaking New Year's, bro. I'm going to be saying subscribe until we hit 100K subscribers. I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So I need y'all to be with me in this beginning journey. Right now I'm at 0. So if you ain't subscribed to the channel yet, subscribe to the channel. The final stretch. This is the final day, bro. This is a challenge right now, today. That means, you see this number right here? We need like 5,000 more people to subscribe to the channel to get to 100K subscribers. Y'all think we can do that? Like, seriously. I'ma try. I'm just gonna say subscribe as much times as I can until we get to the 100K, dude. I don't know, bro. It's gonna be crazy. So before I start, just smash the like button and stuff like that. Smash it right now. I got a little space bar counter so I can keep track of how many times I said subscribe. All right. Frick. I already started. Look, 3 people already unsubscribed. What you're a loser if you unsubscribe. You're a loser. If you unsubscribe right now, you are a loser. That's your problem. All right, let's go. Subscribe. 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 Look at that. We already at 10. That's crazy, ain't it? We already at 10. Come on, bro. If you ain't subscribed yet, what? Subscribe. I said it twice. Subscribe. 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 TikTok people, if you ain't subscribed, hit the subscribe button right freaking now. All right. People on TikTok, subscribe, dude. I'm on TikTok live too, y'all. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. This is the last day, bro. I don't know what else to do, bro. I don't know what else to do. We've been stuck at 95,000 for a good minute. I don't know what to do. So I'm just gonna say subscribe as many times as I can. Alright? If you got a problem with it, skedaddle out of here. I don't care. Because you ain't with me in the beginning. Get the freak out of here. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. I can't even say it. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Already 100. Already, look at this, bro. Already at 100. Already at 100. You're playing with me, dude. Already at 100. We just started. Already at 100. Already at 100. But we losing subscribers now because you guys are freaking your doodle heads. That's your problem now. Stop being doodle, bro. What's up, Buster Gaming? What's up, Miles Slayer? Bryce Boy, 1, 2, 3, 4. What's up with you, bro? All right, we got 100. Let's get 100 more and 1,000 more. If we don't gain no subscribers from this, bro, I'm gonna be so highly upset. I'm gonna quit YouTube, bro. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Destiny channel, thanks for subscribing. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. I freaking love you. Destiny, subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. How's our day today? Let me know in the chat. How's your day today, bro? Y'all ready for the new year? Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Y'all can ask me questions too, and I'm gonna answer them too. So y'all can get to know me and stuff like that. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Y'all see yourself right there? Look at that. Y'all see our names right there? Look at that. Look at Pro Gamer. He said hi, Trizzy. Miles, what's up? Ghostly, Busted Gaming. Look at y'all right here. You'll see yourself right here. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. We at 850 right now. Hey, 50 more. Let's get to 900. Let's go. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Everybody subscribe if you ain't subscribed, bro. Let's go. Let's go. 5 more times until to 200. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. 200. We at 200. People on TikTok. I'm streaming on YouTube right now. All right. Just letting you know. I said subscribe 200 times. Let's go. It's a good start. We can do this, bro. We can freaking do this. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Spam subscribe in the chat. Spam it. Spam it. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. I have a gaming video today too. Just to let y'all know. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. My list is getting really dry. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. I'm so sick too. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. I'm so sick. Frick. Bro, what is wrong with me? Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Sorry. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Yo, GG14 Nick, thanks for subscribing there. Oh, I hit subscribe. I said, oh, subscribe. I said subscribe. I said again. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. It's a tongue twister. Frick. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. 300. Let's do it. We said it 300 times, man. 300 times. Let's go. We're so close, bro. This is a sub count right here. If you're new to the stream, we're trying to hit 100K subscribers by me saying subscribe. I don't care how many times it's gonna take me. We just need to hit it before the year ends. This is the last stretch, y'all. This is the last day, guys. So please help a brother out. You know what I'm saying? Subscribe, 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 subscribe. And y'all, I need y'all to spam like this stream. So it like I'm not just doing it myself. Y'all are a big part of this. Like seriously. If y'all spam like this stream stuff, you can get this push it to more people so we can get to 100K fast. Cause I ain't planning on doing this all day, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm trusting in y'all. I need y'all help. So please like this stream, like spam, like tell your mama or something like that or whatever, bro. Cause if I'm sitting here doing this for 5 days straight, bro, you're tripping. You're tripping. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. And I know a lot of y'all still already subscribe. I already know y'all OGs. I appreciate y'all. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Dylan Gameplay, thanks for subscribing, my guy. Thank you, dude. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Go see. So I'm gonna tell my sis if she want. Hey, tell your sis to subscribe. Go tell her. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Miles says play GTA. I got a GTA video later on today. Subscribe, 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 and subscribe. That's 400 times I said it already. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We said subscribe. Oh, I said it again. Let's go. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Yo, Close Leaper, they subscribing, my guy. Subscribe. Yo, the subs going up. We going up. Hey, we doing a little something. We doing something. We doing something good. Y'all keep subscribing. Tell your people to subscribe. Tell your pet hamster to come subscribe too. Tell them to join the gang, hamster gang. You know what I'm saying? Subscribe, 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 subscribe. TikTok people, you subscribe too. What the freak you doing, bro? Subscribe, 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 subscribe. 500 times. Dang, I don't freaking pass that thing. Jeez. Black Laser, bro, you should have been subscribed. What the freak you doing, Laser? Black Laser. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Horsey said, okay, I will. Horsey, subscribe right freaking now. Subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. I ain't gonna lie, I keep missing the space bar when I say it. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Hit the subscribe button. Please hit the subscribe button. Subscribe right now. 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 It's like, let me stop playing. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Please make this goal come true. This would be crazy if we hit. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm coughing like crazy, bro. It'll be crazy if we can gain 5,000 subscribers today, the last day of 2021. That would be super. That'll be crazy. I ain't gonna lie. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Woo! Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Y'all see how the sub keep going up, bro? Y'all are doing something right, bro. So keep doing it. Y'all are doing something right. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. As long as it's moving up, we straight. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Keep spamming subscribe in the chat. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Y'all can ask me questions too. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Frank. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Bro, I ain't gonna lie. Oh, I always want to do like a live like this, just saying something for 100K, 100,000, 1,000 times, like 100,000 times and stuff. I always wanted to do this, bro. Subscribe, 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 to see how hard it is. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Frank, Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Guys, I got COVID too, and I'm doing this for y'all. That's tough. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. The Adons, only Adon says, what's your go-to food choice? Hey, hold up. I like that question. My go-to food choice, subscribe. Subscribe. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I like sesame chicken and fried rice, bro. That's my go-to food, bro. You know what I'm saying? I like sesame chicken and fried rice. It's really good, right? That's really good. What's yours? Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Yo, guess the rock cooking. Yo, he said, hope you get better, G. Hey, bro, appreciate it, man. That's all I need. Like, you know, comments like that. I appreciate it, dude. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. My house is going to subscribe. Hey, tell your rabbit to subscribe too. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Yo, my dog subscribe. Hey, appreciate it, loading. Hey. Yo, Wilka's Cooler, thanks for subscribing, dude. Appreciate it. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Bro, we passed 700. I'm not even paying attention. Am I dumb? We ain't 700. Let's go. 6 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe to the gang, subscribe to the Truth Trade gang, subscribe to the game, subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. You will not be you will not regret it. Subscribe. You can always unsubscribe if you don't like the content. Subscribe. My name is Trizzy Funny. Subscribe. Hit the subscribe button right now because we make good content over here. I think so. Subscribe. Yeah, subscribe, 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 subscribe. I'm already going crazy. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Just call me Soul. Hit the subscribe button. Appreciate it, my dude. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. YouTube, y'all help me out too. I think y'all, when y'all banned the channel, y'all messed the whole channel up. Now nobody click on my videos no more. I'm upset about that. Subscribe, 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 bro. We ate 800 now. Why am I, bro? These are milestones. Why am I'm skipping it. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. We almost to 1,000. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. What's my dream car details too? I don't have a dream car. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not really into cars. My dad is though. I ain't really into cars like that. But you know, if I could choose, man, I'd drive a freaking I don't know, bro. A spaceship. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. That's 900 times I said subscribe. What the fuck? Yo, Mickey, I said subscribe 900 times, bro. 900 freaking times. You understand that, bro? I told you, bro. Hit the subscribe, bro. I said subscribe like 3 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Horsey, bro, when you gonna read my comments? I did read your comment, boy. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. We almost at 96K. Yeah, we are. Let's go. 96K on the way. Well, subscribe, 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 subscribe. Okay, you walk in the gas station, you see $100,000 or take a wallet or leave. I'm taking that money. You're crazy. Subscribe. Bacon Hair say, what the heck is this? Hey, bro, if you're new to the stream, I'm saying subscribe until we hit 100K subscribers. And it's been working a little bit. We getting little subscribers. We're losing some little subscribers. It's all good. But I'm going to say as much as I can. This is the last day, you know, of the year. So what I got to lose? I ain't got nothing to lose. I ain't going to lie. Subscribe. Subscribe to the channel. We got 28 people here. If you ain't like the stream, like the stream. Look, we at 880 right now, my guy. 880 right now. Hey, we doing a good job. We getting close to the goal. Slowly but surely, guys. Appreciate y'all. Subscribe. Subscribe. 1,000 times. That's crazy, y'all. Drink some water, my boy. I got you. I'm gonna drink some water. We finna make it to 100K. Yes, sir. We're gonna get it, bro. We're gonna get it, bro. Last one for 1,000. Subscribe. Let's go. We said it 1,000 times. That's crazy. All right. What do you prefer, Jordan or Nike? Probably Jordans. I like Jordans. All right, let's go. We said it 1,000 times. You know what I'm saying? Hit the subscribe button. Yo, 2K Cole. How you say your name? 2 Cole? Oh, 2 Cote. They subscribing, dude. Oh, I said subscribe. Oh, I said it again. I'm so sorry, bro. Yo, what a flicks sub. Now he's very funny. Dude, thanks, dude. I farted. Why you fart for it? Bro, why you fart? This dude's... Come on, bro. This dude farted. Oh, my gosh. Hold on, dog. You got me messed up, bro. Bro, why you farting for, bro? Like, come on, dude. You not have to fart like that. Dang. All right, let's go, man. This man, too cold taste. He say he farted, y'all. That's crazy, bro. All right, let's go. Subscribe. Subscribe. You played Rec Room? What do y'all think is better, VR Chat or Rec Room? I think VR Chat. Subscribe. I live in the USA, but I'm Dominican, for real. Subscribe. You're Canadian. Subscribe. Look, we gaining subs. Hey, subscribe to the game, bro. If you're new to the channel, I said it twice. Subscribe. Yeah, VR Chat way better. I ain't gonna lie. I haven't played Rec Room, so I can't really say nothing. But I see it. I see Rec Room is just like basic type of VR. I ain't gonna lie. Subscribe. Who's been to the metaverse? The new thing, metaverse. I haven't been there yet. If y'all want a video on that, let me know. Put a 1 in the chat. Subscribe. Everyone sub now. He's such a good YouTuber and he posts so much. Yeah, I post a lot, bro. I post a lot of random stuff. You could get a GTA video one day. You can get a Roblox video one day. A freaking VR chat video one day. You don't never know what video you'll get. A scary game. You'll never know. Subscribe. That's why I like this channel, because I just post whatever I feel like I want to post one day. I ain't gonna lie. I know I'm supposed to stick with a. I know if I would have stuck to like a script, like just posting the same type content every day, bro. Like a lot of YouTubers, or the channel would have been at 100K subscribers. But I like I like to be like at a variety type of channel. You know, I don't like to just stick with one type of thing. You know, my creativity is it goes too wild in my head to just focus on one thing. Like I like to post a scary game one time, a Roblox video one day, GTA 5 video one day. Like I like to do it all, bro. And I feel like YouTube makes it. It's like they hypnotize us to think that we need to post one type of content to grow, which maybe could be the case, but it holds me back, holds my creativity back or whatever. And you know, I like to post whatever that goes through my mind that day. That's all, for real, bro. Do you like hot girls? What? What? I have a girlfriend. Subscribe. Look, we need 10 more eight more subscribers until we get to 900, boy. Boys, look. You see that? Look at that. I feel like I'm not doing this for nothing. Goofy Blake, what's up, bruh? What's good with you? Try a game called try a game called FNAF Security Breach. Already got 2 gameplays on it. I'm already ahead of you. Go watch them. Go watch the first episode. I was supposed to do a freaking episode 3 today, but I chose to do this. I'm gonna do episode 3 though. Yeah, I need to drink some water. My lips getting dry. I ain't gonna lie. Look at my lips, bro. Let me get some water, bro. I gotta Gatorade. Let's go. Woo! That Gatorade was refreshing. I wanted to knock one of those animatronics out, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Chica is the most annoying animatronic in my freaking I've ever dealt with, bro. She is so annoying, dude. I swear. I do not like her. Every time, bro, when I be playing the game, I'll hide in the freaking little baby basket, whatever. And then she didn't see me hiding there. But somehow she finds me. How do you find me, Chica? Like, what the heck? You're cheating, bro. Garbo. Look. Let's go! Arizona. Liberia. Thanks for subscribing. Frank. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Horsey, I'm reading your comments, dude. Subscribe. Subscribe. I'm sorry. Let's go. Subscribe. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the gang. Subscribe to the Tuesday gang. Hey, subscribe. Horsey said, I play Roblox and I don't see any YouTubers, even you, my guy. I don't see any YouTubers, even you, my guy. Huh? I ain't gonna lie, I missed 2 days of upload. But thing is, I have 2 videos up already, like private uploaded. I haven't put them out yet. So I've been recording, not uploading yet for 2 days. Satisfying, relaxing, amazing, funny people, animals. I like that name, dude. Thanks for subscribing, bro. Can you play a game while you count? That's gonna be hard, bro. It's gonna be hard because I gotta be on the screen so I can count. You like girls, Shizzy? Why you keep asking me that? Yes. Subscribe. I'm not gay, bro. I'm not gay. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, bro. Subscribe. I would play a game while I do this, but it's gonna be hard because I got all this stuff on my screen. So like if I get off the screen, I can't be able to count while I play. Subscribe. Lions Games. I subbed when I saw your Ricky Rat video, for real. Yeah, that Ricky Rat video, that's an iconic video on my channel. I ain't gonna lie. Subscribe. Beast King 47. Thanks for subscribing. Hey, thanks for it, bro. Thanks to you, dude. Appreciate it, man. I love you. Can you play Murder Mystery when you hit 100K subscribers? I'll play, Lucy. I got you. We'll play some Murder Mystery. Hey, I'm gonna start getting back on Roblox, bro. Like on the Roblox Live, bro. I remember when we used to do like the 1v1s and stuff like that. I gotta start doing that again. I gotta start doing the Roblox Lives again. I miss those. That was in the summertime too. Now everybody went to school. Now everybody forgot about Trizzy. Like that. What's your favorite spicy food? My favorite spicy food? I'm not too big on spices. But I don't know. Spicy food. I don't know. Probably some sesame chicken fried rice. So spicy sesame chicken fried rice or some spicy chicken. I like spicy chicken from Buffalo Wild Wings or something like that. It's really good. Subscribe. If y'all new to the stream and y'all don't know what's going on, I'm saying subscribe until we hit 100K subscribers above me. This is the last day that this can be achieved, on the last day of the year. So happy New Year's Eve to everybody. The goal is to hit 100K before that ball drop, or whatever it's called. So that's the goal. I chose the last day on purpose so it could be a challenge. 5,000 subscribers. That's how much we need, bro. It's about to be 4,000 now, but that's how much we need to reach our goal for today. And if we can do it today, we will hit history. This is history for me. Subscribe. Yo, Stefan. What's up, dude? What's up, Steph? Subscribe. Bacon said 1v1 me, boy. I'll beat you. Happy New Year 2022. Subscribe. If you want to go to heaven, subscribe. Don't say that. Don't say that, bro. Don't say that. Subscribe. Bro, I'm so sorry, bro. I feel like an old head coughing like that. Subscribe. Data play. Do you like men? Who doesn't? Subscribe. Yo, Eggy PH, thanks for subscribing, dude. Just call me so. Trizzy, take a break. Nah, man, I can't take a break, dude. Subscribe. Adion B, can you play Fortnite when you hit 99,000? Dude, I will beat all y'all in this freaking chat in Fortnite. I've been playing Fortnite every day. I think I'm addicted to Fortnite. I've been playing Fortnite off camera and stuff, bro. I think I'm addicted, bro. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I really think I'm addicted. Dang! Subscribe. Try Akinator. I play Akinator. I did a video on it one time. Subscribe. On my old channel called BroTube. I did a video on Akinator. Y'all, if y'all don't know this, a whole bunch of y'all don't know this. This is not my first channel, bro. I have a channel called BroTube where I did like in real life videos, challenges, public interviews. I was doing in real life content, bro. Back then, bro. This is my gaming channel. Y'all don't know this about me. I have so much extra like content that y'all haven't seen before. Like so many like of me actually outside, going outside, doing pranks, doing random stuff outside in real life. Y'all don't know that. Y'all need to go and watch BroTube. BroTubee. I told my friend Corey, CJ Rice, that if his channel hit 1,000 subscribers and my channel hit 100K subscribers, we're gonna go back to BroTube and making in real life content again, bro. Make it lit content over there. I told him that his channel already hit 1,000. His channel's CJ Rice. Now it's my turn. I have to hit 100K, and then we're gonna go back to BroTube. That was the deal I told him. So if y'all, I'm telling y'all, when this channel hit 100K, BroTube is coming back. I'm telling y'all, there's so much content on BroTube. Y'all need to go watch, because this Truly Funny. This is not my first channel, y'all. I'm telling y'all. Y'all don't be understand. Oh my gosh, I've been on YouTube for so long, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Subscribe. It's BroTube with 2 E's. BroTube with 2 E's. Subscribe. Demetrius says, can you play Roblox at 99K? I even know BroTube Creativity. Hey, you know BroTube Creativity, then you crazy. But that channel was just like for business. It wasn't like, it was for like videography. I didn't really promote that channel. That channel was just like a side channel, like, you know, for music videos and stuff like that. Were you still post on Choosy? Yeah, I'm still gonna post on Choosy Funny, yeah. But my vision was like, BroTube is going to be like a big channel, like a channel that you big like a Sidemen type of channel, or like an AMP. Y'all know AMP? Like BroTube. I wanted that channel to be huge, even bigger than Choosy Funny. I ain't gonna lie, cause it got so much potential, bro. But we're gonna come back with that channel. I ain't gonna lie. So much content on that freaking channel is crazy. So much litness. Subscribe. That's back then when I used to curse. I used to curse back then, bro. Y'all ain't know that about me. So much content, dude. All y'all know is Trizzy Funny. Subscribe. Like on BroTube, we did a video where like, who can eat 100 chicken nuggets in 10 minutes? Who can eat the most pizza in 10 minutes? We did videos like that, bro. Like videos like that. That's like freaking lit stuff, bro. Challenges, smash or pass, telling girls dad jokes for a kiss. That is so original. Like no one's ever did it on YouTube, but the video didn't go crazy, bro. Like we went to public and told girls like corny jokes to make them laugh, but if they would have laughed at the joke, they had to kiss us on the cheek. Like videos like that, no one has done that, bro. The time that we did it, it's so crazy. We did a video holding mouthwash in our mouth, like, you know what I'm saying, who can hold mouthwash in their mouth the longest. Like we did videos like that on BroTube, dude. Like even looking back at it, bro, it just makes me, bro, we need to get back into it, dude. I miss it, bro. I miss it. Subscribe. Yo, Lynn BG, call my name. What's up, bro? This will remind me of Mr. B saying Jake Paul, for real. Do you know Corey Kenshin? Yeah, I know Corey Kenshin. That's my I talk to him sometimes. subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Are you 28 or 30? No. What the freak? I'm not that old, bruh. I'm only 23 years old. Subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. If you don't hit 100K, I'm gonna be so mad. I know, right? Trizzy, can you play Froggy again? I remember quite long ago, we were always used to play it in the live stream. Yeah, bro. Those were the days, bro. Those were the freaking days, bro. That was summertime. I miss those days. We need to get back into that. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Hit the subscribe button if you're new. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. I'm sweating a little bit, dude. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Hit the subscribe button. Subscribe right now. Subscribe. Subscribe right now. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Trizzy, you're only 23? Yeah, I'm 23. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Hit the subscribe button. Subscribe. Subscribe right now. The Cell Brothers, I really like you, man. Bro, I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Do you know JoJo Bizarre Adventures? Yeah, I started watching it. I watched some of the episodes. Probably like 3 episodes of it. Can I play the challenge with you? And sorry for the cast. Yeah, you could. I ain't gonna lie, this is actually hard, bro. Keep saying this. Subscribe, subscribe. I don't know how long I got. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Look, 1,700. We're to hit 1,700. Subscribe. Let's go. Please, God. Please let me hit 100K subscribers. Please. I tried so hard, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. I've been doing YouTube for so freaking long, dude. I feel like I really deserve this 100K. I ain't gonna lie, dude. I put so much work in my content. I put so much thought. Dang, dude. It's like, bro, when is it my time? When is it my time? All I really want is to see that plaque in my face, dude. Like, the plaque that says Trizzy Funny. That's all I want, dude. Cause you see that all the time on YouTube videos, like the silver button plaque. I just want one in my hand so bad, dude. I feel like God is testing me, dude. God is really testing me right now. Dude, like I really need this, bro. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Top Shalef. I can't say it. They subscribe, dude. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. 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 Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. You look like you're really tired. Nah, I'm just thinking. I just want to hit this goal. That's all. Villager Earl of Cedarham. What's up? Thanks for subscribing, dude. I just want to hit this goal. That's all I want, bro. Isaiah said it's 9 a.m. I know. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. We said subscribe 1,700 times, bro. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Take your time. Don't give up. Thank you, dude. Thanks, stuff. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Tizzy, can you play Miles Morales? Alright, I did gameplays on it. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. There's supposed to be a new Spider-Man game that's supposed to come out. If that come out, I'll play it. What's up, NWK3? What's up? Hey Triz, after this live, play FNF. Play what? Oh, Friday night. I mean, Fortnite. Isaiah really think he better than me in Fortnite. It's crazy. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. The sub count not moving no more. It's stuck. Come on. Please, y'all keep sharing. Y'all keep liking. If you're new to the stream, like this live for me. If you like, this is really, I really need y'all help because you guys are the ones that push the stream out to people, the videos out to people. So the more you like, the more you, I guess, comment, it pushes the stream to more eyes so we can reach our goal as fast as possible. Appreciate y'all. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. People on TikTok, where y'all at, bro? Only 5 people in here. Dang, bro. TikTok people. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. NWS the second weather forecast. Thanks for subscribing, dude. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Chizzy, what's the other job you work at instead of YouTube? I deliver medicine. That's my full-time job. But I'm trying to do YouTube full-time. But it's taking me a while to do that. You know how people say like never give up on your dreams, keep on going. The more like never give. You know how people say the clever is extra subscriber. You know how people be saying don't give up on your dreams. Keep on pushing, keep on making, like keep on doing what you do, whatever. I've been doing this for 5+ years, bro. I've been doing it, and I'm still working at a full-time job. Let that sink into you, bro. Like you grind every day for something that you want, like a goal, bro. And you know what I'm saying? I'm still working at a job. I don't even know what I was saying. I don't even know where I was going with that story, but I don't care. I was just like, bruh, when is it our time, bro? When is our time? We trying to hit 100K. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. The Catfish Club. He said your channel is amazing. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I didn't mean to say that. I just didn't know what happened to me. What? I'm a big fan of you. Thank you. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. The stream got 100 likes? You're lying. The stream got 100 likes. Dang, the stream got 119 likes. Hey, keep liking, bro. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe.
What? I'm a big fan of you. Thank you. Subscribe, subscribe.
Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Can you play GTA on 99K? Why y'all keep saying that? Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. We need one more subscriber for 910. Please subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. 2,000. Let's go. Freak. 2,000. That's a lot of words, dude. My gosh. All right. 2,000 times I said it. Trizzy be like, subscribe, 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 subscribe. How much left? I gotta say subscribe until we hit 100K subscribers, but the number is literally stuck right now. It's stuck. Yep, it's stuck. So I don't know. The number is stuck. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe to the channel, subscribe to the channel, subscribe to the subscribe to the Shisha Gang. Subscribe to the channel, subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe to the channel, 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 subscribe, 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 subscribe. J Real TV, congrats on your success on YouTube. Appreciate it, bro. I'm gonna keep going, keep pushing, dude. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. I don't care how long it take me, to reach the goal that we're trying to reach. But I'm gonna keep on pushing, dude. Shizzy, you got bloodshot eyes. No, I don't. Do I? Do I, for real? I just woke up when I did this. ARZ Ghosted. Thanks for subscribing, bro. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. I'm gonna have to go. I might come back. If I don't, I hope he hits 100K. Appreciate it, my dude. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. I'm about to fall asleep. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Yeah, y'all can come back. Y'all don't have to stay. I'm trying to reach this goal. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Y'all can come back and check on me. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Harmony with the $1 donut. Harmony is back. What's up, Harmony? Thank you, Harmony, for the $1 donation. Appreciate it so much. Harmony, the only one I donate. I appreciate you, Harmony. Appreciate you. What up, came a girl, Jello? What's up, bro? Roblox Gamer, what's up, man? You're the best. And it feels so bad you did not hit it yet. Yeah, no, it's all good. I feel like me doing this stream can bring all my subscribers back together. Like, people, I feel like people when they'll see it. I feel like people that haven't watched my videos in a while, they'll see the live, they'll click this live and be like, oh, what's up, Triz? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I want. I want people to keep on remembering me. I don't want y'all to lose, you know, memories of me. You know, I want everybody to come back together and stuff like that. Subscribe. I'm doing something stupid. This is so dumb to do. I ain't gonna lie, but you know, it's the last day of the year. I'm gonna give y'all some, give y'all a little something stupid, something funny, I guess. What's up, Najee? Yeah, bro, I'm crazy, bro. I ain't gonna lie. This gonna take forever, bro. Subscribe. Subscribe. We only said subscribe only 2,000 times, dude. That's crazy. Subscribe. If y'all leave the live, y'all just come back later and check up on me, cause I might be dead. Subscribe. Harmony with the $2 no. Sorry, I haven't been on lately, but good luck. Hey, Harmony, thank you. That's all I need. The good luck. Thank you so much. This is the last day, y'all. Last stretch. We gonna do what it do. Subscribe. My channel is called Trizzy Funny on YouTube. It's the same on TikTok. Subscribe. I'm going to get off here because my phone about to die. Alright, TikTok, go on my YouTube, Trizzy Funny. Subscribe. Dang, bro. Subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. What up, Dipolina? What's up, bro? Stuff said, I hope you reach that 100K subscribers. They don't unsubscribe and subscribe over and over again. Yeah, they keep unsubscribing and subscribing. That's all good. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. You know what I need, bro? I need this, bro. I need something cool. Hold on, y'all. I need something cool real quick. Hold on. If I can find him. Yeah. No. Not that. That's what I need. I need Shrek on my side. Shrek, please. That's what I need. Thank you, Shrek, for dancing with me. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Shake it, Shrek, shake it, shake that booty. Shrek, subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe to the channel, subscribe to the channel, subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. We just hit 2,800. Let's go. We not even passing 95,910, bro. Subscribe. Stop unsubscribing. Subscribe. 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 Naruto Uzumaki. Subscribe. 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 Thanks for subscribing. He said subscribed a long time ago. What time is it? It's 10:15 where I'm at. Air, this should be a song. Yeah. Subscribe. Subscribe. What song is this? This is something you be at the beach for. Yeah. Subscribe. Subscribe. Subscribe to the gang. Subscribe with the gang. Got Little Chicken Wang. Subscribe. 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 Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Is it morning where you at? Yep. 10:16 a.m. Send that heart. Subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe. Harmony with the $2 dono. I got a PS4 for Christmas. Let's go, for real. What games you got for the PS4? Subscribe. I still ain't got the PS5. That's crazy. Subscribe. We about to hit 3,000, y'all. 3,000 times saying it. Let's go. Subscribe! 3,000 times. Okay. It's your boy, Tuzzy. Funny. Like a bunny. I'm smart, you a dummy. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, this beat go hard. Got fancy cars in my garage. I hate Ford and freaking Dodge. I ball like freaking Chris Posh. I messed up. What the heck? What you saying? Freaking Goku, Super Saiyan. I be here, I be there, I be there. I don't know what I'm talking about. I think I'm being delusional or whatever. I know y'all hear this in my videos. Bum bum bum. Beep bop boop boop. Harmony with another $2 dono. You must have had a lot of money for Christmas, huh? Minecraft, Rocket League, and Knockout City. Ooh, I played Knockout City one time. Power, good luck, bro. Knockout City. Let's go. All right, let's keep going. Beep bop, beep bop boop boop, beep bop, beep bop boop boop, beep beep. Greyhawk, he said he subscribed to Harmony. Hey, subscribe. What's up, no one? He said epic. Subscribe. If you ain't subscribed yet, please hit the subscribe button, please. This number will not go to 910. It won't go over 910 for some reason, bro. I don't know why, bro. Subscribe. Ray Hawk, just subscribe. Appreciate it, my brother. Thank you, dude. Subscribe. Subscribe. You're not muted. Subscribe. Oh, frick. Subscribe. I like chicken nuggets. You got a PS5 for Christmas, Horsey? Subscribe. You're lucky. Subscribe. Subscribe. What up, Jacqueline Lee? Hi. I think so. Subscribe. This number has not moved past 910. It's crazy. I got stung by a bee in Minecraft because I took some honey. For real? Why are you stealing their honey for? Subscribe. Subscribe. Y'all keep liking this live for me, please. If y'all like the live, please like the live. Subscribe. Prank him, everyone. How you gonna prank me? Because it's yummy, and the pandas in Minecraft are adorable. The pandas? They have pandas in Minecraft? What the heck? I didn't know that. You learn something new every day. Subscribe. 3,500 freaking times. Subscribe. Oh crap. Subscribe. Subscribe to my channel. 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 Subscribe. Subscribe to my channel. Subscribe to my channel. Subscribe right freaking now. Subscribe to my channel. Subscribe right now. Subscribe to my channel. 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 Subscribe. 600 right here. Here. Subscribe. Carl Too Lit Peters Jr. Thanks for subscribing. Ooh, I like this beat. Oh. Subscribe. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the subscribe. Subscribe. Hit the subscribe button. Subscribe. Subscribe. Yeah. Hit the subscribe button for me. I gotta pee. No, I really don't. Subscribe. Yeah. Subscribe. Subscribe. Taking this freaking mask off. Look at my ugly face. Man. Subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. If you ain't hit the subscribe button, I don't know what the frick you doing. Subscribe. Hit the subscribe, bruh. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Hey, please hit the subscribe button. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. What's up, Mace? Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Do you speak Spanish? Nah. Hola. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Mace, I can't stop, bro. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. I gotta keep going. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Ah! Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Blue KG, thanks for the subscribe, my guy. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. One more for 4,000. 4 freaking 1,000 times I've said it. Ugh, 4,000 times. Subscribe. Let's go. We said it 4,000 times, but the sub is getting, it's stuck. It's stuck. Look at this, bro. Oh my gosh. YouTube, help me out. Frick, man. Great day. How many languages do you speak? I only speak one. I had a German class and a French class in school. We just losing subs now at this point. That's tough. Let me see something. Let me see if I can do something. Let's see something real quick. Bruh, I got so scared. I looked at my screen. I seen Straight dancing. I thought somebody was behind me. What the freak? I'm so. Subscribe. Oh crap. Subscribe. Why are you even doing this challenge? Because we gotta hit 100K subscribers. The frick? Alright. Subscribe. Where did the sound got off? But the sound just turned off on me. Hello? There we go. Subscribe. Let's see if I can make this behind my back. Let's see. Ready? Frick. Almost had it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ski. Subscribe. Let me see if I can make. Let's see if I can make it now. Ready? What the freak, man? Dang! Subscribe. I'm gonna make it one time. Freak this. I'm gonna make it one time. Ow! Subscribe. Hey, do you speak English, dude? I don't speak Spanish. Can you tell people to stop cursing? I can't tell people what to do. Guys, just do it. Subscribe. Exactly. Please subscribe. Subscribe. I'm doing it one more time. Frick. All right, come on. I can't hit the light. Dang it, bro. Subscribe. Yo, Carla Joseph, relax, bro. Subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Why are you so mad for? I don't understand that. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Hey, we got 26 people in here. If you ain't like the live right now. Like it right now. Let's go. Subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe! 4,404. 4,400. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe. Hey, y'all, I'm about to put a community post right now. I want y'all to vote. All right, ready? Go. Go to my community post right now. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. And comment Mickey has a big head in a community post. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Comment Mickey has a big head in the community post. Subscribe. I want to see who listens. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Bruh, go to my community post, y'all. What the heck? No, in my community post. I just put a community post on right now. Go to my community post and put Mickey has a big head. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. There's only 2 votes. What the frick? Subscribe, 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 subscribe. I gotta put my leg up, bro. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Bro, it's only subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Hey guys, and real quick, bro. Real quick. Now that I got y'all here right here, I need y'all help. Okay. What I want y'all to do, bro. What I want y'all to do, I need y'all to subscribe to this channel real quick. I need y'all to subscribe to this channel right here. Hold up. If I can, if it can focus. Null Face. Null Face. He needs 100 subscribers because his parents is going to kick him out of his house. I mean, his house. They want him to go to college or whatever. But he wants to do YouTube. Y'all go get him. Y'all get him to 100 subscribers. His name is Null Face. Null Face. Nullfas. Give him a little subscribe, bro. Let him know that, you know, Truzy Funny I got y'all, bro. Got him, bro. He needs 10 more subscribers for 100 subscribers. He really need help, bro. Yeah, go, just give him a little, show him a little love, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like he got, okay. Someone subscribe. Whoever subscribe, appreciate you for real. You know, people be going through a lot of stuff, so I want y'all to, you know, he's at 91 subscribers. Get up to 100 subscribers. He need 9 more subscribers, y'all. He going through it. His parents is arguing and all this stuff. And they saying that people, I mean, they said he got to get out the house or whatever. They're gonna kick him out. He'll probably gonna be homeless or whatever. So this is Noel right here. This is Noel. He a good friend of ours, bro. He be in the group chats and all that stuff, in Discord and all the time. And he just want to do YouTube and stuff like that. So just, you know, go over there and just hit him with a subscribe or whatever. It'll make his day. It'll, you know, make me happy. You know, I'm not no Mr. Beast person. I can't get somebody, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, I'm gonna do my part and, like, you know, make sure he good. He got 91 subscribers right now. Let's see how much he got right now. He has 93 subscribers right now. He's so close to 100 subscribers. His YouTube is called Null Face, y'all. Null Face, Null. Null Face, y'all. Null, Null. I appreciate y'all people that subscribe, bro, because he really needs it, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Y'all, this is crazy. About to hit 5,000 right here, bro. Subscribe! 5,000. We said it 5,000 times, dude. 5,000 times, dude. That's crazy, bro. What is your talent or a talent you wish? I got a talent. I can juggle. I can do a backflip. That's my talent. I can do a backflip on the ground. You sub to No, appreciate it, bro. Let's see me subs. No has sub to No Face. What the heck? He has. Oh my gosh, yo, No has 96 subscribers, y'all. Y'all really doing it for him. You see, he just posted a video and said, "I need your help," and it was about, you know, his parents and all that stuff like that. Like, you gon', you know, I guess they breaking up, having a divorce or whatever, and his parents saying that he got to get kicked out the house or whatever if he don't, you know, if he don't go to college. He don't want to go to college. He want to pursue YouTube. You know, so if you subscribe to his channel, bro, you are a legend. You are a legend. And show him support. You know, when they upload a video, be like, you know, just show, like, give him some positive messages. That's all you gotta do. Ain't really too hard, right? Just show positivity. That's all I gotta do, bro. Subscribe. Warwatch Gamer, Trizzy, take a rest, please. I can't take a rest, dude. We gotta go. Subscribe. Harmony says sub to No all accounts. Hey, Harmony, you are a real one. Thank you. Sub, I'm back, dudes. It's me again. XD, change account out. Sub, dude. Don't worry. Hey, appreciate it, dude. Appreciate it, my guy. Subscribe. Y'all let me know what's better, Roblox or Minecraft. Put in the chat. Go. Roblox. Subscribe. Noel has 98 subscribers now. He needs 2 more. That's crazy. He needs 2 more. Subscribe. I hope he gets everything worked out. I do too. I really do too. Subscribe. Now he has 99. Subscribe. Loading. I'm subs to No to A. Appreciate it, bro. Subscribe. Hey, Ava. Jackie said Minecraft. Samuel said Minecraft. Why do y'all be saying Minecraft, but y'all be playing Roblox the most? I don't get y'all. Hey, what's up? It's Tan. I'm back, and I'm gonna sub and change the account again. There you go. Roblox, because it has more games, but I love Minecraft too. That's what I be saying. Roblox have way more games than Minecraft. I mean, Minecraft is cool and all, but Roblox, that's Roblox. You know, Roblox got the games and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Subscribe. But what happened to my sound though? I need my, oh, that's all it. There you go. Feed, fight, fold, farm. I just eat that. Ba ba bum. All right, I'm gonna take a. All right, how about this, y'all? When we get to 6,000, I'll take a break and we'll play some Roblox. Okay. Put a 1 in the chat if that's cool. Put a 2 in the chat if that's a garbage, trash, doodle, poo poo idea. And because Minecraft is $20 and Roblox is free, facts. Minecraft is freaking expensive. If you play Minecraft, you're a legend. We play some Roblox, dude. Let me get to 6,000. We gotta get to 6,000 first. Roblox. I mean, subscribe. Let's see how much Noel has now. Noel has 100 subscribers. Good job, y'all. Why can't we get to 100 subscribers? We did it. We did it. That's crazy. We made somebody. Look, y'all. Y'all don't understand. If you subscribe, you made somebody's day. How good does that feel? It feels amazing. It feels great to make somebody's day. How hard is that? You know? I'm happy. I made his day. I made him. I made another human being happy. That makes me happy. Appreciate y'all. Subscribe. Subscribe. I'll make more account for you, man. Never give up. Thanks, dude. I will never give up. And you should never give up either. Guest plays. YT. Thanks for subscribing, dude. Frog Jasper, what's up, bro? Subscribe. When we get to 6,000, we'll play a little Roblox. Subscribe. Y'all put in the chat what games y'all want to play in Roblox. Let me know. Subscribe. Horsey, why do you feel bad for me? Subscribe. What Roblox game should we play? Some fun one. Roblox game that everybody can play. Something fun, something cool, dude. Subscribe. Pet Simulator. Bro, Pet Simulator has been going crazy for some reason. Subscribe. Football Fusion. Subscribe. Bro, Bro, why is Pet Simulator so popular? Subscribe. Hey, if we play Pet Simulator, y'all gotta give me some pets, okay? Subscribe. Horsey, I was subbed to No Face. Appreciate it, Horsey. Subscribe. Pet Sim, bro, it's funny. Look at him going. Why did I just see about like 10 people spam Pet Simulator? What the freak is that? Like, why is it so popular right now? Subscribe. Y'all know my robots. It's truly funny. Subscribe. Pass the bomb testing. Subscribe. Y'all don't want to play that. I'll beat y'all on that. Subscribe. Y'all probably cheat. Subscribe. 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 Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Bro, this subscribe thing has not moved. What the frick? It has not moved. What the world? This one has not moved. Boy, I think I got it. I don't know, bro. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. So subscribe, 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 subscribe. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna make a TikTok. I'm gonna get a lot of people. I'm gonna try to get some more eyes on this. Okay. I'm gonna try to get some more eyes on this. Let me see. Let me see if we can get more eyes on this. Get more people in the chat. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Y'all, I'm doing a live stream on YouTube right now, bro. Right now. I'm saying subscribe as many times as I can until we hit the 100K subscribers on YouTube. If you ain't subscribed, bro, please hit the subscribe button on my channel. Like, please subscribe so we get to 100K. We need like 4,000 people left. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Come in the stream, let's go. Subscribe, subscribe. Look at the sub count. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Let's go, let's go. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. All right. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. All right. Please. Saying subscribe. Until we hit 100K subscribers. Let's go. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. What's your biggest dream? My biggest dream? Right now, my dream is just to go crazy on YouTube, bro. I want to go crazy on YouTube. I'm trying to get as big as I can. That's my focus right now. Hashtag YouTube, subscribe, hashtag 100K subscribers. All right. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Hey, I just posted a new TikTok, y'all. Go check it out. Subscribe, 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 and put Mickey has a big head in the TikTok. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. subscribe, 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 subscribe. Tuesday, it's me, Naruto from Discord. Which Naruto? Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. King Raptor, what's good, bro? Hunter Palma, Football Fusion. He got more than that. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Dang, you subscribe. Yeah, we hit subscribe. We said it. I said it like 5,000 times. Subscribe, subscribe. 5,600. Let's go. This only gonna take forever and ever. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. George, are you going to feel tired? Probably. I don't know. Omni, how old are you? I'm 23. Brookhaven or Adopt Me? I like Brookhaven. I never played Adopt Me. Say it fast. It's hard to say it fast. How would you feel if you hit 1 million one day? If I hit 1 million subscribers in one day, that would actually be like weird. I wouldn't even know what to do. It would kind of be like you don't ever want to grow that fast too. That's too fast to grow. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Ginger snaps. Snip, ginger snap. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. What up, Segmate, Bikini, Content. What's up, Tafari? What's up, Tank? What's up, BG? Subscribe, 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 subscribe. He said, hey, go drink water and go to sleep. Nah. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. What's up, freak? Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Kiss your girlfriend? What? What are you talking about? Yo, Tank, thanks for subscribing, dude. Oh. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. YouTube is going to 1 billion subs in 2025. Crazy. That's a lot of subs. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Y'all, if you ain't subscribed, if you're new to the stream, I am saying subscribe until we hit 100K subscribers. But this number is not freaking moving, and I'm getting upset. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. What the heck? What is this name right here? What is that? Thanks for subscribing. Who the freak are you? Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. How long have I been playing Roblox for? I've been playing Roblox for like a couple years now. Couple years, I think. My sister is only saying, even if you're truly funny, you're not funny because she doesn't even watch your. My sister is the only one. It's the only saying, even you're truly funny. What? Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Y'all, am I funny? Put a 1 in the chat if I am. Put a 2 in the chat if I'm trash, boo boo, stinky. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe. Hit the subscribe button. Subscribe. Subscribe right now. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. 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 Dude. 6,000 times? Are you kidding me, bro? Are you serious, bro? Are you serious, bro? Subscribe! Let's go. Alright. I told y'all I was gonna play some Roblox. Roblox. If I could find. Okay. Alright. Told y'all we're gonna play some Roblox. Okay. Roblox. Alright, let's see. How are we gonna do this? Alright, everybody get on Roblox, so y'all get ready, okay? Okay. We're here. on Roblox. What should we play, dude? Yo, dude, go on VR. I don't got my VR set right now. We at 6,000 right now, bro. It's crazy. What should we play? Can I play Roblox with you? Yeah, y'all can play. You can play Roblox with me. I don't know what game to play though. Y'all said Pet Simulator. Pet Simulator X. All right, we're gonna check this out, bro. But how many people in here? Bro, this got 180,000 people in here. What the freak? For what? What the heck? Hold on, y'all. Okay. We're playing. I don't know how to play this game. How do you play this, y'all? How the freak you play this? How the freak you play this game, bruh? Wait, why is this dog chasing me? What is that? Bro, leave me alone, bro. Yo, what is this, man? Wait, why is he following me? Stop it. Okay, how you do this? Y'all gotta let me know what to do, bro. What I gotta do, man? What I gotta do, bro? Click coins? The coins? I gotta click them? Did I just click it like this? Yo, get this dog away from me, bro! Gosh. Can someone give me? That's my pet. I used to play it years ago, but I can't remember. Why is my pet Roxy? I never named my dog nothing. I can't even look at it. Bro, why can't I turn my face to it? I can't turn my face to the dog. It's crazy. Click on the coins to farm is just like that. Okay, let's see. I just keep clicking like this. Y'all gotta join my session. Somebody join my session. Why is it not working? What's up, King? What's up? Whoa, look at his pets. Why do you look like that? Mythical. Are you addicted to this game, dude? He sent me a trade request? Bro, I only got one pet. How you gonna trade me? Okay, I'm ready. Bro, let's see if he give me this. Is he gonna trade me? Bro, he traded me. What? He traded me a legendary pet? Really? Are you serious? Where's my pet at? What? What? Thanks, dude. He gave me a legendary pet. I got a Rudolph. I got a legendary pet, y'all. Y'all see this? Y'all see this? Nah, bro. I ain't addicted. He's just doing a stream, bro. Bro, how you play this game, bro? What's up? Is that a bacon? Oh my gosh, bro. Bro, I ain't got no trade. Bro, I ain't got nothing to trade, dog. I only got one pet. What's his name? Stefan. Do you want to trade accept 2 billion? What does that mean? What does this mean? Now click on coins, bro. You would get rich. What? He gonna trade me all those? You're tripping. Hey, hold on. Let me trade it. He gonna trade me all those pets right there? You're tripping. You're trip. What? This one's 2 billion though. What does that mean? Bro, hurry up. Bro, he about to trade me with all this. Trade me, dude. Trade me already. What? What the frick? Look at my pets. Bro, I got 4 pets on me. Look at this. Oh, I got 4 pets. I got a rare one. I got an epic, a legendary. Dang. These pets are crazy, dude. Your pet strange. All right, I'm a big fan, dude. Why you keep accepting it? All right, thank you, dude. Oh, okay, that's like okay. Woo! Oh shoot, bro. Bro, no takebacks, bro. Bro, how many pets did he got? Bro, how many pets you got, man? Who is King? Wait, I can't see. King Allah. Who is that? Bro, how do you make it to where nobody can... Yo, how am I supposed to do this? Yo, should I trade this? This is a good trade, yo. You want to give me a golden alien parasite? What is that? A golden alien parasite. But I got this one and this one and this one. I don't want to trade. I don't want to trade, bro. I just want to play the game. I already got some pets now. Thanks, dudes. Let's go. Damn, the pets, they gold diggers. Yo, some gold digger pets, huh? But why he keep sending? Whoa! Bro, why does King Allah keep sending me a trade request? What's your favorite Roblox game, by the way? It's an OP pet, Trizzy. I have OP pets? You're lying. My favorite Roblox game? To be honest, I don't even know. I like all of them. Are you sure you're not addicted to this game, King Allah? I'm just getting my coins, dude. How many coins I got? Bro, y'all gotta give me tips in the chat, bro. Like, great day. I need tips. I haven't played this game in a while. Yo, I need some tips, bro. Yo, Neymar Jr. I need some tips. What's up? I need some tips, my guy. Y'all gotta help me out. Help a brother. And I go check on your stream. Yeah, dude. Give me some tips, bro. I need some tips. Let's do a whole chicken. Hey. Don't make me come find you, cause I'll put you on my oven and cook you up. Yep, I said it. Nah, don't shake your head. Yeah, that's what I thought. Don't let me find you on the streets, chicken. I'll see you the KFC, boy. All right. I still don't know the point of this game. Like, what is the point of this? Should I look on YouTube and see how to play this game? You know what, y'all? I'm gonna look on YouTube real quick. I don't know what the freak this is about. All right. What is Pet Simulator? Roblox. Pet Simulator. Explain? Okay.
Hey, what are you doing?
I'm editing my video with the War 9.
What kind of YouTube videos do you make?
Makeup videos.
Which one's better?
Recently, a new game came out called Pet Simulator X. You probably have at least heard of this game. The Roblox community has been hyped about it for a while now. This game is brand new, so I tried it out, which means this is all my opinion, okay? That is when I realized this game is a huge scam. I don't know the difference between scam and cash grab, but I think both can be applied to this game. Before you hate on me, let's hate on the game first, and don't you just comment, dude, why are you hating on this game? It's for 9-year-olds. Because you're just helping my case. Let me explain. We have a lot to cover in this video, so make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Anyways, let's start. When I first joined the game, my friend's little cousin was on the game, coincidentally, and he gave me OP stuff. What a nice guy. Anyways, I quickly spent a while grinding, yes the game is addicting, and was yet to find a difference between this game and the first Pet Simulator. Next I realized that there were no teleporters, you have to buy them. You know those teleporters in every simulator that teleport you to different places so you don't have to spend years walking there? Well, this game didn't have any, which means you have to walk all the way to the other side of the map. There's no sprint, by the way. I was like, oh, I'll just reset my character. Yeah. The creator turned off resetting your character, so the only way to get to spawn faster and walking, besides rejoining, is to buy a $250 hoverboard or buy teleporters for 50 Robux. Okay, so let me explain what this all means.
Bro, what the I'm
The creator of the game,
confused.
Preston I think his name is, intentionally didn't add teleporters and disabled resetting your character, so you have to walk all the way back and forth from spawn back to your area and back to spawn to buy eggs. The creator knows 9-year-olds don't have the attention span to walk back and forth all the time. I barely do. That's why he makes you walk back and forth. All the little children buy the teleporters and hoverboards with their Robux and play his little game. Honestly, he's just being a genius, not scamming, but I don't like how that is
Bro, what
legal,
the
so
freak is this dude talking about? Scam? What is he talking about? Yo. Who is this?
That's why he makes you walk back and forth. All the little children buy the
Who is this
teleporters
dude?
and hoverboards with their Robux and play his little game. Honestly, he's just being a
Who is this
genius,
dude right
not
here?
scamming, but I don't like how that is
Bro, what
legal,
the
so
freak is this dude talking about? Scam? What is he talking about? I subscribe to this dude. He kind of cool. 95,000. Dang, bro. That man deserve like 100K or something. All right, bro. All right, dude. I'm confused. All right, I got coins. How is this addicting? How is picking up coins addicting? Bro, move! How is this addicting? Give me all my coins and dog paws and stuff. Oh, this little pet is lost, huh, Bella? Right. But you better keep up with your pet, bro. Your pet was lost, dog. What kind of pets are these? What? Bro, how much purchase to unlock 10,000 coins? Bro, I have that. 10,000 coins. Dude, I freaking have that. Whoa! I'm in a whole nother level. I'm on a whole nother level. You can afford to unlock the mine area. Dang. So you keep on just collecting coins. That's it, right? Play some cricket games. These are the best. Yo. Bro, I got a million. I'm about to get 1,000,000 coins. Bro, my pets are freaking awesome, dude. I'm purchasing an area. Sheesh. I got another area. We does this, boys. I have 1,000,000 coins. What the heck? So how do you get pets? Like, how do you like get them? Teleport. Hoverboard. How much is a hoverboard? 250 robots. You're tripping. Yo, put in the chat. What is the best pet on here? Like, epic? Mythical? Legendary? What's the best pet? Because I don't know. I like music like this. Yes, sir. This is very easy. Peasy lemon squeezy. Let's go. I got 3,000,000 coins, bro. What is this? Yo, I'm the richest in the server. Dang, yo. Yo, I'm actually rich. 4 milli. Let's go. 4 million in the chat. 4 million in the chat, kid. No cap. 8 mil! 8 freaking mil! Yo, we got 8,000,000 coins. What, does these work? Sheesh! Let me get that 10 mil, cuh! Let me get that 10 mil, cuh! Let's go! Oh, we got 10 million. We got 10 million in the chat. I mean, in the freaking bank, bro. My username's Trizzy Funny, dude. 10 mil coins. How do I buy pets? How do I buy pets, y'all? I need to buy some pets. I need 5 pets. I need to find some. You need 5 pets. Because I need to find one. Y'all, put in the chat, bro. What YouTuber should I be, bro? A Roblox YouTuber or a GTA 5 YouTuber? Which one? Roblox YouTuber or GTA YouTuber? 10 mil. You have 1,000,000,000 coins. You're capping, bro. You're capping, dude. Bro, I'm about to unlock another. Ooh, I'm gonna unlock another world, bro. The price, $400,000. You're tripping. You're tripping, bro. Oh my gosh, you're crazy. Sheesh. Y'all already unlocked these spaces. Oh my gosh, this is like strong. This is like strong simulator. You gotta punch through the walls and stuff. Punch simulator. Both. Oh. $14 million in the bank. So this is all you do, right? Basically just. Where do I get my... I need pets. Where do I get pets at, dude? I wish I had some pets. Rainbow pets? Select your pets and you want to turn rainbow. Oh, let me turn Rudolph to rainbow. Can I turn on rainbow? You have a 13% chance. What does that mean? What? Failed. You don't have a compatible golden pets. Did I lose a pet? No. I lost a freaking pet? Are you kidding me? I lost a pet. Keep on buying arrows. You will be rich. Alright. I got you. I'm gonna buy this new area. It's scam. Really? Wow. No Garbo for that. Why you have to scam for? 1 million coins for this new area. Oh my gosh. Wow. He said, get here. Hey yo, what y'all think about his outfit? Drip or Garbo? What y'all think? What y'all think about his outfit? Drip or Garbo, y'all? Is his outfit good? Drip or Garbo? Let me know. Drip or Garbo, bruh? What is it? Drip or Garbo? Nice outfit 10. Really? You usually being nice. Bruh. 22 million freaking coins, my guy. We on some Pep Simulator, dude. Drip. So y'all saying this outfit right here is drip. Y'all saying this outfit is drip. That's crazy. Alright. Bruh, they already got these levels unlocked. Dang. I'm gonna lose all my money. Oh my gosh. Trizzy, go to the forest. You can upgrade your walk there. I can upgrade my walk? The forest? Teleport. This costs 7,000 diamond. What? No. Oh, there you go. Okay, we're at the forest. So I can upgrade my runs. Can you play Murder Mystery 2 after? Pet speed. Yo, Marini, yo, thanks for subscribing. Damn, my player speed is like maxed up now. Dang. Woo! Let's go. We're a beast. Alright. Can I teleport back? Oh, frick. David sent you a trade request. Alright, let's see what David got. What you got, David? What? You want to trade me that? I'll trade you. I'll trade you. I'll trade you this. Please. Please accept it, dude. I really want that pet, man. I want that pet, bro. David! David, I don't want that. Sorry, dude. That was Garbo. Why would he even... Why would he even, like give me that option? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, trash pets. It's like, I don't even know what these pets even about. Should I do a gameplay on Pet Simulator? David sent you a trade request. Again? David, what the frick you want, bro? Alright, give me this one. Give it to me, David. It's 3.79 billion. Whatever that means. Come on. Ah, David! Woo! Santa Claus has delivered everyone. Okay. Bro, look at my pets. My pets are legendary. Yeah, Jamara Horan. Thanks for subscribing. Bro. $26 million coins. Good boy Trizzy is out here doing his thing. Dang Dizzle. No cap. Let's keep on collecting coins. 28 mil. Let's open a new area. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa, whoa. Y'all, am I doing a good job? Put one in the chat. Put a 2 in the chat if I'm doing bad. Someone tell me, am I doing a good job? Am I supposed to do what I'm supposed to do? Because I don't know how to play this. Go to Glacier. Can I play with you? I have good pets for you. Yeah, come. Yeah, you join my session. Trizzy Funny. Join my session. Yeah, I'm Spanish, good bro. Yeah, doing. This is 16 million. You're tripping, bro. Oh my gosh. This is 50 million. I don't even have 50 million. Dang. That's crazy. Trizzy, do you want good pets? Do I have a good pet, bro? Yo, David trying to trade me again. Oh, that's 35 million. I don't know what that means. What does 35 million mean? I don't know what these mean. Sorry, I'm bad at English. I don't know what section is. Sorry, David. The freak out of here, dude. $38 million. This is easy money. What if I was getting money like this in real life, bro? Oh my gosh. I would be buying like 50,000 sports cars. I'll buy each and every one of y'all a car if I had this type of money. No cap. I'll buy y'all all the PS5s, all the game systems, everything. I ain't gonna lie. I'll be like a black Mr. Beast. Whoa! Whoa! We got 177 million. What? How we jump that far like that? What? You're tripping. Yo, this is crazy. Oh! 200 million? 200 million? Bro, I'm rich! I gotta buy every single part pet in here. Yes, sir. 240 mil, cuh. We done this. You're Garbanzo. 300 mil. 300 mil. Oh my gosh. Yo, I'm about to get to $1 billion. I don't even care. I'm about to get to that bill. Stop playing with me. I want to get to that bill. Chizzy gonna be a billionaire. Chizzy gonna be a billionaire. Yes. I got PS4, so yeah. Bet buy us. Yeah, I'm gonna buy all y'all PS5s. I got y'all. Look at this. You see this money right there? Y'all see that? I can give y'all like 20 PS5s each. I'm telling y'all, this is real money right here. This is real money, dude. I'm gonna open this green box. It's gonna hit 500 mil. Watch this. 500 mil. 500 mil. Yes. Yes, Trizzy. Get to $1 billion. Get to $1 billion and rule the world. Rule the world and get to $1 billion. Let's go. So, whoa. Bro, this makes me want to play like just Roblox, just like this just makes me want to play Roblox like more videos. I don't know, like just laid back videos like this. Just I don't know. Let's go. Click, 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 click. 600 mil. Ah! I'm going to unlock the new world. $500 million, cuh. Bro, don't y'all about to get me addicted to this game, bro. Y'all shouldn't did this to me. Get to that bill. How much money y'all got on this game? How much money y'all got? King. Alright, what pets you got now, King? What pets you got now? What was that one? 1.6. Well, what does that mean? Yo, what does this mean, bro? What is 1.6 billion? What does that mean? Yo, King, where? Woo! Whoa, what is this? Is this a safe? Yo, King. 700, bro. Yo, King, stop! I'm trying to get my bill, bro. David. Yo, I don't want that, David. You see my pets? My pets are invincible. Look at your pets. That's not good. Their pets are ugly, dude. It's like, nah. I don't even know what these numbers mean. I still don't know what these pets mean. Can I give you a free pet? Sure, dude. Hold up. 3.78 billion? How about this? I'll trade you one. I'm gonna trade you one. I'm gonna trade you this, dude. Yeah, we trading. Flaming. Dang, bruh. This man giving me every pet. Y'all still sending me requests? Sheesh. Bro, I'm about to have like 50,000 pets, bruh. Whoa. Blue big mascot. Okay. I'll trade you this dude. I'm gonna trade on this dude. Oh. What? What the heck, dude? This dude giving me every single pet. Look at this. What the freak? Yo, what is he doing? For one pet. You'll do is he gonna do it for one pet? Let's see. Let's see him do it for one pet. What the heck? Bruh. You see all the pets he gave me? Yo, look at these pets. Look at all my pets, bro. What are y'all doing? What? Oh my gosh. I'm only giving y'all one pet. I'm gonna give him this pet. Oh my gosh. The big blue mascot is a rare pet, really? Dude, y'all giving me all these pets. Look at this. Bro, I can't, how am I feed all of them? Whoa! 47 billion? Hey, take this 12,000. Take that 12,000. Take that. Yo. Yo. What is wrong with y'all, bruh? Why y'all giving me y'all pets like this? You got, I know I got a lot. What? I don't even know what this means, dude. 105 billion? What kind of pet is that? Dude, you're taking this pet. Your trade was canceled. Yo, this dude gave me 105 billion pet. What was that? 105 billion. A silver dragon? A mythical pet can collect orbs for you. You're tripping, bro.
I'm not sure about that.
You're tripping, dude. He's tripping. Yo. Are you serious, man? Thanks, dude. Thanks, dude. Bro, this dude, bro, look at this. Look at my pet collection. Oh my gosh. This dude's gave me 100,000. What the freak? He's giving me y'all are giving me 100,000 diamond. Y'all are nice. I like y'all, bro. Y'all are nice. Y'all are very nice, dude. David, I don't want that, bro. I'm sorry, David. Let me check out my pets though. Look at this. Can I put everybody on my? Oh, you can't equip more than 4 pets. Okay, cool. I got this pet. What the freak, bro? Yo, I am flabbergasted. I am flabbergasted right now. Dang. Like, I don't understand where do you get the pets from? Like, what do you, can you buy your own pet instead of like, oh, he gave me 100,000 diamond? Y'all are tripping, bro. Something wrong with y'all. This is your hard work. Bro, look at these pets, dude. Did y'all see this? Mythical buddy. What the freak, bro? Yo, that's crazy. Y'all really did that to me like that? Thank y'all, man. Alright. Congrats, you ranked up to impossible. What? I really did? This is ridiculous. Yo, we about to hit 1 billion, dude. That's about to be 1 billion. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Bruh. Bro, we hit 1 billion coins. That's crazy, dude. This is my first time ever playing this game. How much money is this? Sheesh. I'm a billionaire now. Dang. So quickly too. You just gonna give it to me, bro? Need more inventory space for pets. Oh, I don't got no inventory space. Dang. Is that trade? Dang. Alright, I'm going to the next spot. Next place. 50 million coins, dude. Gosh. I'm not a billionaire no more. Simple pizza, you want to trade another one? $13.6 billion. I'll trade you this one. Rudolph. Red Fluffy Stella. Epic Rainbow. Okay. That's cool. But dude, look, my pets are kind of clean though. I ain't gonna lie. My pet's kind of clean though. What the world? Trizzy Funny. You think Trizzy Funny did all this? Whoa, this is a big one. Whoa! Whoa! It's a big one. What the heck? $15 billion. Oh my gosh! Is this a glitch? Bro, look at me! I'm stuck! Help me! Oh, okay, I'm good. What the freak? Yo, this is crazy. This is literally. We had 25 billion coins. Oh my gosh. Is this a glitch? Bro, is this a glitch? What is this? Look how much money I getting, bro. Yo, I'm a beast. I should have recorded a gameplay on this. Coin collector. Luck cool. This is crazy. I'm still going, dude. Alright, just trying to land on my head. Get off of me, bro. Oh my gosh. This might be 100 billion. Nah, it's just because you have good pets, really? Alright, Benjamin. Dang. I hope I don't get banned. How long does this go? Like, we got 104 billion, dude. That's ridiculous. 115 billion, dude. Am I tripping? Or like, I'm poor. Anyone help me? Bro, how many coins y'all got, bro? Yeah, I think this is enough. I think this is enough. We gonna go to the next stage. This is crazy, dude. Bump. Beep, bop, boop, boop. Purchase to unlock 25 million. Buy 3 more areas. Whoa, where we at now? Fantasy world. We gotta take this this thing right here. Whoa! Whoa! I got 700 billion. Dang. We at a whole different world now, dude. Hello, pets. These not even pets. They aliens. Y'all put a 1 in the chat if you want me to keep playing this. Put a 2 in the chat if you want me to play a different game. Put a 3 in the chat if you want me to go back to counting. I mean, saying subscribe. David, how many pets you got, dude? What the heck? He said, add me, please. Right. I'm a fan. I added you, dude. Y'all want me to keep playing? I'll keep playing. Oh. That means I collect these things. You're tripping. You can afford to buy the enchanted egg. The enchanted egg? Boo boo. The enchanted egg. Boo boo. Send me a trade request. What you got for me, dude? What you got, dude? $1K. I'll give you this one. I'll give you this one, dude. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I should rename my pets. Chloe? Let's open this up. Alright. Caney Island. Haunted Island. Hill Island. Heaven Island. Let's go to Heaven Island. Oh, I don't have that much? Whoa, I don't have that much? I do. I need fantasy coins. Okay, fantasy coins. So I still gotta work my way up. Let's go. Yo, Alan. What's up, Alan? Shout out to Alden, bro. Alan in the cut. Yeah, yeah. What's up, you dude? Oh, y'all excited for New Year's? What y'all doing for New Year's? Let me know. I'm just getting some coins. Some mythical coins. Let's see sub. Bruh. The sub count still ain't go up. It's at 910 now. It hasn't even passed 910 yet. This channel is broken. Alright, let's go. Okay. Wait, I need 100,000. I need. Whoa. What did it say? Oh, this is gonna take on forever right here. Let's go. Bro, we have so much coins now. It's so crazy. But bro, these now I'm getting sick and tired of these pets, man. Stop following me, man. For real. I'm going to Heaven Island. That's a lot of coins we gotta get. Six. This is what? Bro, we ain't going nowhere until we get to 100 million of those other coins. I follow you. You are a funny guy. Keep it up. Thanks, dude. I ain't gonna lie, this is getting boring now. I'm getting off this. This getting boring as heck now. I ain't gonna lie. This right got boring. Alright, bro. Alright, y'all. What do you want to do now? As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go back to counting. Saying subscribe. Alright, how do I get back to my counter? How do I go back to one thing? I'm actually tired, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. I'm kind of tired. What time should I drop a video today? I'm actually tired, bro. I don't know. I'll probably end this thing. Bro, what the freak? How I get... I don't know why it changes like that. It just changed on me like that. This is the clicker right here. All right, bro. Okay, I think we're here. All right. I think we're here, back here again. All right. We're back. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Oh, frick. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Simply Pizza, thanks for subscribing, dude. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. 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 Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. The frick. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. 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 Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Simply Pizza Shorts. Thanks for subscribing, dude. Then you already subscribed? What the freak happened? Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe. Finally! We made it past 9, 10. Oh my gosh. Oh! What the heck, bro? Finally, it's going up. It's going back up. Let's go. Let's get it to 96,000. Let's go. Yeah, come on. Let's go. Subscribe. Thanks, Jackie. Subscribe. Woo. We broke it. We actually finally broke it. So now it's going up. Slowly but surely. Let's go. Subscribe. Subscribe. Y'all, sorry if I'm not talking, if I'm not responding to comments like right now, because I'm trying to focus. I'm trying to get this thing done. Subscribe. What's up, Bloodbath Gucci? What's up with you, bro? What's up, Hayes Craze? I'm telling my friends to subscribe. Hayes Craze, thank you so much. Y'all too. Y'all tell your friends to subscribe. Subscribe. Let me turn this down a bit. Turn it down. Subscribe. Subscribe. Frank. Oh my gosh, that really scared me. Gotta make sure. Subscribe. Ouch, Frank. Subscribe. Nathan Gaming, thanks for subscribing, my guy. Boom. Subscribe. Refresh. Sub to Trizzy Funny. Y'all listen to Refresh. Isaiah asked that Mr. Beast. Ava said, why are they unsubbing? Because they want to see the number go up and down. They want to control it. Steph. Hey Trizzy, I'm back. What's up, dude? Thanks for checking up on me, dude. Subscribe. George dabbed. Subscribe. Guys, we're going up. 9:15. Let's go. We're going up. Let's get to 96,000. 96,000. I'm gonna go live back on TikTok real quick. I'm gonna go live on TikTok and get more eyes. If we can do it. Oh man, y'all, this is actually a challenge. This is actually hard. I'm not gonna hold y'all. Like one part of me feel like I want to go to sleep. Another part is just like, bro, keep going, bro. Alright, so Oh shoot. I gotta find my if I can find my let me see something. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Frick. I'm trying to find my oh, there you go. Yoo-hoo. Alright, where's it at? Where's it at? Trying to find my can't find it. Dang. Oh, it's right here. Yes. I found it. I found it. People on TikTok, go subscribe to my YouTube. Go subscribe to my YouTube. Oh, I said subscribe twice. Boom, boom. Go subscribe to my YouTube right now, please. 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 Don't. Yeah. Y'all, I'm on live right now. I'm saying subscribe freaking 50,000 times, bro. Subscribe to the gang. Subscribe to the gang. Trizzy gang, gang, gang. Hold on, y'all. I'm on TikTok live right now. Let me get it straight. Can I get it straight, Trizzy? What the frick you doing, bro? Are we good? All right. Ready? Let's get it popping. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. One more for 7,000. Let's go. 7,000. Let's go. Ah! This is a lot. This is a lot, bro. Subscribe to my channel, Trizzy Funny. If you ain't subscribed yet, hit the subscribe button. Road to 100K subscribers. Dang. Bop, 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 bop. Dang, bro. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. No, TikTok, y'all spamming the likes, spamming the likes. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Spamming the likes, spamming the likes. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. My little sister said subscribe. Yep. Subscribe. What's up, Hector? What's up, Trizzy? What's up, dude? Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Yo, I got a whole Apple Watch for Christmas. I don't even wear it. I don't even wear it. It's not even set up. Subscribe. 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 Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. People on TikTok, like this live, please. Subscribe to our channel. Let's get to 100K. Subscribe, 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 just subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, bro. I fell asleep just now. I'm tripping, bro. I fell asleep right now, bro. I just dozed off. Subscribe. 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 Nah, my mouth don't hurt. Makes me tired. Oh my gosh. Subscribe. I got a fart. Excuse me. Subscribe. I just want you to subscribe. I'm just trying to hit it 96,000. Subscribe. Dang, subscribe. 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 Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe. 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 Yeah. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh. Shoot. Bruh. Frick. Bruh. I took a nap, bruh. This is crazy. I took a nap, bro. Subscribe. Yeah, I was slumped, bro. I was done for. I was done for, bro. Subscribe. Subscribe. Yeah, everybody love. Subscribe. Yeah, my channel is done for, bro. Subscribe. Hey, bruh. This number not moving. Subscribe number is not moving at all, bro. I don't think we'll ever get to 100K subscribers, bro. I don't think so. Oh my gosh. Subscribe. subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Big Drip 2 times and subscribing, bro. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. 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 Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Oh my gosh. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. Subscribe. 9,000 times. Yeah, I'm okay. Ow. I'm gonna get to 10,000 and I'm done. I'm done. This challenge is stupid now. I ain't gonna lie. Sub count ain't going up. I'm done. I'm done. Ugh. Why do I have to do this just to get to 100K subscribers? It's so crazy to me. You know what? I'm just gonna end it right here, y'all. Y'all, happy New Year. I might keep the stream up. Hope you guys have a good year. We didn't hit the goal. We didn't hit the 100K subscribers this year, but maybe next year we'll get it. I appreciate the support, y'all, for like when is it my time, bro? Like YouTube is playing with me or something, bro. I'm about to get off this, bro. Appreciate y'all. Love y'all a lot, bro. I'll see y'all. I got a video today.